Alright, hello everyone. Stream has just started. I'm gonna bring it down here a little bit. But yeah, today's gonna be a different day. We're not gonna be doing coding, at least hopefully not coding. I just want to do some art and maybe some assets. Yeah. Just need to get. I've been slacking so much on design, so we're gonna have a day just to do design. Maybe tomorrow as well. Who knows? What's going on, Zero? It's good to see you after the great YouTube shortage. I'm glad you made it through. Dude, YouTube going out today is really super radicalized me. I was trying to download videos, build an archive. I started looking at my site, and setting up the OpenSSL, or not yeah, what was it? Owncast, I think. Yeah, that's what I was working on. It's not up yet, but it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen at some point. So yeah, we're gonna have our own. We're gonna be streaming to Cozy Cabin Games as well as this. Sometime in the future, we're gonna get freaking ended up on BitView. Oh, the shortage or outage? Yeah, I imagine. But yeah, dude. No more. I'm gonna also host all the videos on the channel there. Honestly, I'm not gonna implement my own thing, or if I do, it's not gonna be now. I think what I'm gonna do is have I'm gonna just use a supported third-party service, and then eventually I'll implement my own thing. Because I realized I took inventory of my life, and I was like, I don't really have a good track record of finishing projects, do I? So let's use already available, supported, open source projects, and then we can worry about migrating it to something else later. What's going on, Stardust? Good to see you again. Today's gonna be an art-focused day. We're gonna be doing some assets. So I have Krita open up right here. Oh no, what's that? 1 second to rebuild my view because things are sometimes jank. Okay, I think we're good here. And let's see here. What do I want to do? Xset Wacom. Yeah, because if I use this right now, it's going to be on the wrong monitor. 100%. Yeah, there it is. So, I believe 13. I forgot. Is it display to output? It's like something like that. Oh, you can't do this to me. Oh no, map to output. That's what I'm looking at. And head 0. And now it should be good here. Cool. I hate autocorrect right now. Why? What did autocorrect do to you? All right. So yeah, today's gonna be an art-focused day. We've been slacking on design for the game, and now it's starting to bite us because I want to implement things, but there's not enough clarity on what to implement and how it should be implemented. So I think one thing I want to do today, if we can list out goals, is gonna be. Nope. Let's use. This is fine. There we go. So as far as goals are concerned for today, that's really thin. One. Let's actually enumerate it properly. Okay, actually, you know what? I don't like this. Let's make it thicker. Like a Snicker. There we go. Goals. One is going to be design game view. 2, design, I don't know, shop or hub or home. Don't worry about why my it's just all going off at a weird angle. Don't worry about it. And then maybe design some bikes or parts slash engine slash, oh my goodness, we're just going off to space now. Hull slash chip icons. You know what, actually I shouldn't even make this numbered, because there's like, I might just swap between these, whatever catches my fancy. Concept levels, because I think we need to make the levels actually look nice. This might be the easiest one to go with, honestly. Ugh, almost fell down. Yeah, because if I can go back to the game, we have enough things there where we can, enough tools to build levels that, like, there's gonna be tweaks, but it's enough to start making ideas come to reality. So let's start actually focusing on design instead of just the concepts, right? How to write? Maybe. All that matters is that I understand it, and that's good enough for me. That's enough for me. I almost feel like putting on some T-square or something to get into the mood, but I don't know how much I want to poke the copyright bear. We'll find out. We'll find out. Anyways. So. There's the idea for the environment stuff that we've talked about. Yeah, we talked about how the whole level is actually like this cylindrical shape. There's multiple shells. You get the idea. So there's like a few different environments I have in mind. There's like a very... The way I think about it is like Final Fantasy VII, where it's kind of like shells of tech. There's some other general things I want to do, like a snow level would be fun. Excuse me. I should have brought my notebook. I had more stuff there, but I'm kind of struggling to remember it. There's also like the idea of maybe basing some stuff on geography, like Spain. I'm not sure how that would look like. Or maybe go very abstract and go like Ultra Tech Death Star. Leave me alone. Yeah, because I'm trying to think like from this point of view, from the player, reviewing them from this angle. And if we're looking at the environment here, what are some of the things I want them to be able to see? And there's also that idea of like day and night. We have the whole support for the emissive map. So we can have like an idea of like an exoshell that's surrounding the environment. And maybe like this exoshell. This is for like for the first idea we're talking about. Maybe you can have some abstract circuitry. Doesn't really matter as much. The important thing is that it's just like this crazy mass of technology that seems unwieldy. Making this texture is going to be fun, actually. And maybe it has like segments like this where you can see where these are kind of modular, where there's panels that connect them. And this is like the part that connects them together. And then underneath you can have like additional shells. We have like layers of this stuff. Now if we're doing this whole technological thing, we can have like, maybe the outer part is going to be solar panels, and then maybe have the inner part be more like mechanical. Like we go to the game. What's going on here? Yeah, it's just for fun. I enjoy it. Stop farting. I'm not farting. I'm burping. I've been having some bad indigestion. Not even indigestion. I've been having like heartburn. But you can see how like the game is like composed of the different layers and levels and stuff. So I'm thinking we do like the Ultra Tech iteration. Maybe this could be the back layer. And the layer above that can be the more solar panel looking thing. So they can build these big monolithic megastructures. They can probably construct some solar panels. And usually solar panels just kind of look like arrays or matrices of like ultra dark material that's kind of has a bit of a blue reflectivity to it. And maybe it subdivides even further down like this. Okay. So we have like one layer that's like this. So that's like the outer part, and then you can, and it's kind of hiding like this underlayer of just tech. I kind of like this idea actually, and this would be very quick to just implement, or not implement, but do the art for right now, and just throw it in, and maybe have like multiple layers to it. Yeah, I kind of like this. This might work with the control map thing. The only issues with the control map, getting these edges may not work correctly, so I might have to actually just make proper textures and use another mean to achieve the effect I'm looking for, which is fine. I think this might still be fine, honestly. It might be cool to make the world entirely dark, because then we can have emissives down here, or like really randomly bright lights that indicate, hey, there's people living under these shells of technology, and it's emitting light out to things around them. So like this would be the topmost layer. This would be the secondmost layer. What's gonna be the third and fourth layer? I don't know. I kind of like the idea of still having like a body of water in the bottom, in the innermost part. I think that's a cool idea. What's going on here? He's making, yeah, making art for a game. Yeah, so I've been coding the past 30 days. I've been spent coding this game live on Twitch, or not Twitch, live on YouTube. And it's gone pretty well. We've gotten quite a lot of things done. But now it's kind of, we're hitting this limit where we actually have to start, I need to start designing things, because I can't implement. So for example, the UI, right? There's like no UI, or it's very rough UI. But I can't really implement anything unless I actually have a finalized design. So without a design, I can't really do code. So I think I've exhausted a lot of the code tasks I have on hand. So we're taking this time to just, I mean, there's still plenty of other things I can do, but I think right now the game stands to benefit a lot from taking some time to focus on art. like even the chips and how they activate. When we activate time stop, right now there's no real distinction outside of just, hey, these objects stop moving or they slow down. And there's some other considerations I'm gonna have to do, like making shaders be synced with the current rate of time. But aside from that, yeah, there's a need to make something more robust visually. So we're gonna get rid of this placeholder art I have right now and start thinking through what this game can look like. Yeah, it's a mobile game. So we have like some ideas here of how this is gonna look like. Water for the first. So maybe we actually just jump to Sprite and start making something and then take it layer by, or go level by level from there. So I think we might do, I'm gonna make one complex, like maybe 128 by 128 texture instead of like 64 by 64. I might even yoink some of this. Well, the solar panel thing is gonna be much more simpler. The one that's probably gonna require the most complexity is gonna be this one. So I'm gonna yoink some of the, oh, whoopsie. I'm gonna yoink some of the stuff here and start turning it into pixel art. Cool. I'm gonna shrink it down though. And then, yeah, till it's almost not legible. It's gonna take a while to fill out, but it's okay. We're gonna tile on both ends to make sure that this actually loops seamlessly. I'm gonna make this semi-transparent. I'm gonna lock it. We're gonna make a new layer. I'm gonna get this and we're gonna start just doing outlines, and then from there we're gonna start making more complex stuff happen. We're just gonna see how this feels and looks. Okay, something like this. And then something like this. And likewise, the same kind of design or radius over here. Or maybe actually we just draw it manually. Hopefully you guys are doing alright. Yeah, it's planned. Do you use? Nope. No LLMs whatsoever. Yeah, it's a real CRT, by the way. I don't know why I keep pressing the green mode as if that's proof that this is a real CRT. But like, I mean, that's my go-to to be like, this is real. Yeah, this is how I work. All my streams are live on YouTube, or they're archived on YouTube, so you can see all the work that's gone in since day one of this game, and it's, you can clearly see that I'm using the same the CRT the entire time. To your delight and or horror. Yeah, I'm kind of actually happy I've done so much of the development on stream, like 99% of it. Because it's like an archive of like, yeah, this, you can see exactly how every single thing has happened. It's like proof. Not that I need like proof or anything, but it's just, I don't know, it feels nice. I can point to that and be like, yep, this was legit. We did the work, did some honest work. You can audit it, it's all there. I do use new computer. Oh, this is a modern computer, dude. These are just peripherals. But for work, I use modern computers. Like, even in my personal stuff, sometimes I use this monitor when I actually have to do some HD art and illustrations. So it's not like I'm locked in there, but you'd be surprised how much of what I do is on this monitor. Let's go to, I think I'm gonna make this part of the actual repository, so I'm gonna make a concepts folder. Textures, tech world, textures. Also, what's going on, Terrell? It's good to see you, man. The Y command? No, I didn't. Yeah, Zero doesn't have access to Nightbot, right? He's just a mod. But I don't think I've given him like access to that, so it should still be there. I should probably start thinking about color. I'm gonna be honest with you. Cause it's cool. It's fine to use like black lines to define things, but I think I also want to have a bit more. Start thinking about values. You know what I'm saying? Let me move this over to the side. Get the music a little bit lower. I might make this a little bit wider so I can actually have something in the middle here. And of course, we have to think about lighting as well. So, let me bring back the UI. I'm probably just going to use gray tones for now, and then we can, or actually maybe not gray tones, something a little bit off. Maybe we're going to use like a little kind of khaki, just something that differentiates it from the background colors. Don't do this to me, camera, not today. Any advantages? Not really. I just do it for fun. What's going on? I'm a space type guy. Space is cool. And you know what? While we're doing this, we can start building out some other colors. I can always index them and then make changes later. Yeah, start building out a palette of some sort. Actually, you know what? Let's add a darker color as well. Okay. So I can start doing something more. Is that too dark? Yeah, maybe. Or maybe it's just too, my CRT is a little too dark. Okay, there we go. I can see it now. Yeah, there's like additional details you can convey without. With additional color groups. That's kind of why I wanted it. And I'll probably add some more in-betweens, but I think even stuff like this is very helpful. Maybe actually we can even start having some more depth, like have some self-cast shadows. So we have like another module here or something. I don't know what kind of module it would be, but let's just say we had some kind of module. We can start implying some lighting and use that for some simple cast shadows. So maybe even get rid of this dark outline. Maybe make it more subtle than this. Now, what color this is going to be, I'm not sure, because we're already using this color as like the shadow. So where do we go from here? I could try creating contrast through colors, but I like to try to do it through values. So maybe what we do is use a little bit of sheen. Without, like, we might have to just cheat and add an extra color to our palette. Let's just see how far we can get without having to do that. We could also just use a black for the shadow, but again, I want to see how far we can go without having to rely upon that. And you know what? We can do this kind of like cool little effect where like you have this thing that happens sometimes where the core shadow just touches with the places that are receiving a lot of specularity, and you kind of have this thing going on where this core shadow hugs the specular highlight. So we can still kind of have the contrast we're looking for while communicating the surface specularity. I'm telling you, man. Computer graphics, you can't escape it. These concepts of light modeling. Can't escape it. No matter how hard you might try. It's all just computer graphics. And then these parts that are illuminated, I'm gonna make the outline actually be using this brighter color. Nice. What Unity version? This is not Unity. I'm using Sprite. I'm using like Unity 2020 point something. Okay. Nice. Yeah, this is coming together pretty well, I gotta say. I'm not trying to add too much variability to the colors because keep in mind this is a background element and it doesn't really impact gameplay at all. So I want to avoid having this be a distraction for players. If I can, I want this to be much more of a low relief type. Like if you're using terms from statues and that side of the art world, I'd want this to be a low relief piece, not a high relief. Cool. Maybe there's like a little bit of background. And then maybe you have some comically large screws here. I mean, not that big, but and the scale of things might be a little bit more comical. And that's just how the panels are. Maybe have a little bit of this coming in there. It's kind of like ambient occlusion almost. You know, I might bump this up 1, just so I can use this highlight on the top and kind of convey some more lighting information. May not be accurate, but I think it looks pretty neat. What's going on? What's going on, Salty? We're just doing some pixel art today. 0. I think I've mentioned it before, but just to reiterate, for the longest time in my life, I've never really considered myself a programmer. I consider myself an artist, like a pixel artist first and foremost. And only recently did I actually start having the programming skill tree start to take over. But I tell you what, man, programmer first and foremost, man. Or not programmer. Art, pixel art is my roots. It's my roots. It's me old stomping grounds. Yeah, this would be like the thing. I was like, back when I was based in Orlando, I was like, that's me. I'm the pixel art guy, the local pixel art guy. Like, the local pixel art guy who's like not doing it just because it's easy, but actually because he wants to get as good at it as he can. No, I can't say I've really succeeded fully. There's a lot of things I still haven't quite got down. And especially my absence as of late, you know, being busy in the programming world. I will say I haven't been doing my studies or many pieces, but I think we can still hang. I can still hang with the boys. I should probably do some studies, some value studies, go back to basics. Thank you, Fabiana. Hey, while trying to scroll to the lady with the, oh my goodness, mochi stand. Oh, the fire mochi stand. I appreciate it, Raw. Thanks for saying hi. You see, I overuse the hard edges? Nah, there's no, what do you mean overuse? There's no such thing as overuse. Or maybe there is overusing, but I'm not overusing it. I think this is perfectly fine. As I mentioned earlier, I might introduce some additional color tones too, but I think if I can get a good block out with just these 4 colors, I believe, the rest is going to be easy. The rest is going to be easy peasy lemon squeezy. And let's think about how this stuff is bolted together. I don't want it to just be like things slapped together. So maybe they have like some binding thing here. Let's make this a little bit wider. Maybe, yeah, something that breaks up these straight lines. What I'm trying to do is just break up straight lines. I want things to be very much kind of noisy, because if it's like uniformly noisy, you're not going to pay as much attention to it. If there's places of like noise, but then like if there's very distinctive points of tension and release, or high complexity and low complexity, it kind of sticks out a lot. It might be fine, but for this background element that's going to be tiled a bunch of times, I don't want it to be too distracting. So either it's going to be very uniformed or it's going to be very sparse. One or the other, but not both. Okay. There we go. So we're gonna have some more ambient kind of, yeah. Some details. I'm liking it, man. The flow state you were last night coding was unbelievably astonishing. Much wow, big whoop. Thank you, Heavy. Yeah, yesterday, like I mentioned earlier yesterday's stream, but I was super, so something I'm doing at my job, and I don't think it's like I don't think it's a big deal to talk about it, but, actually maybe I should. I'm doing a big optimization thing for something for a module that I wrote. And there's a task it does, and currently it takes like a minute to do the thing, and that's just absolutely terrible. So I've been working on, yesterday I was like this past week I've been working on that, but yesterday I was super duper locked in. Managed to get it down from a minute to only taking 5 seconds, at least for most of the processing, which is, I'm very happy with that. From a minute and 14 seconds to 5 seconds. It was actually 4.7 seconds, but I rounded up to 5 seconds. I'm pretty happy with that. But yeah, I was like super locked in yesterday, and when I got to stream, I was still kind of tired from that, so I wasn't as conversational, and I still had a bit of that residual focus. With art, it's kind of different because I can like work but yap all the time, and actually at least try to pay attention to chat a bit more. Cause like it's kind of like coding, but with art, it's very easy to get the state of the image and to know what to do next. It's not like that cognitively taxing. Improving it is very cognitively tasking, but actually, like, once you have that algorithm built in your brain, it's just a matter of kind of executing. It's not even an algorithm, because algorithms are like deterministic. It's more like a heuristic that you build up. It becomes much more straightforward. Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm not sure if that's going to be the case every stream, but it's always fun when it happens. Okay. What if there's actually some angular stuff there? Thank you, man. Thank you, Black the Sheep. What's going on? I'm making textures for a game right now. I've been doing a lot of coding for that game, but I've been neglecting making it actually look good. So I'm taking a little break today's stream to just focus on making this actually look somewhat presentable and explore like what levels can actually look like, because I haven't done that. Like, normally the proper thing you're supposed to do is make like a mood board and hash out like what's the inspirations and all that stuff, so that you have a more clear guiding light vision for what's going to happen and how you want it to be. I haven't quite done that, so I'm just kind of sending it right now. Just kind of sending it. Get out of here with that. Here we go. I need some J music. Not just J music. I need some classic Spectrum. I need some Fly. Yeah, there's a whole set of processes I've completely neglected in tackling this, but whatever. Since when have I done things a standard way? I think Crimson Crown's probably the most standard project I've done. I tell you, it was like super, like we had like, I had CLI, continuous integration tests. I had a unit test suite for the entire thing. It was great. It was like so professional. And then I didn't, and then I abandoned the game. Let's see here. Maybe there's gonna be a point where we just have a little bit more darkness. Like maybe a dark module where this is gonna be like the highlight. Yeah, I think we gotta have some of these. And then maybe just a hint of highlight there. Okay, we're like a fifth of the way through it. Sorry, it's coming along. It's coming along. Maybe I'll still add that to that, and then maybe we should add some texture to it because it feels a little too smooth. So maybe I have some places where we have some dithering maybe for character. The CRT is cool, but it's kind of funny because when I do dithering, it's very hard to assess it unless I zoom in quite a bit, because then I can actually, it starts blending together into a smooth color shape, which is very rad, and it's partly why I got it, because I wanted to play some old. I got it specifically because I wanted to play Final Fantasy VI, and the art there just does not look good on a regular LCD screen. It just straight up doesn't. It just, I know that's not their intention when they designed it, so. Yeah, it's kind of cool seeing that same effect take place here, though. Yeah, like the character portraits just do not look right. Ground textures are, I'm just like, I know you made something beautiful, and I can't experience it the way I'm experiencing it right now. Now you'll have like some of the dithering fade into. I'm not sure if I like this. Maybe I'm gonna have this. No. That's fine. Let's start outlining the rest of this. What's gonna be the next module that's here? Maybe it's like multiple tanks of this. Maybe this repeats. Oh, I forgot. Select things weird in tiled mode. Yeah, selecting is very weird in tiled mode. So what do we do here? I can do this. That seems really roundabout, but whatever. I guess that's just what we do. Get rid of the brush. Oh, we're good. And maybe these have like little valve things sticking out. Or maybe there's like a line that's running through them. And it's like a feed into these. Yeah, that seems right to me. That seems like the way to go. You know what? Maybe there could be like an array of lines. Maybe some run down. I kind of like this idea, actually. What's going on here? I'm building software with Flutter. Relying on AI is the worst thing to do. Oh yeah, 100% dog. Yeah, that's why I use Kaggy as well. Kaggy's my search engine of choice. I mean, they have a free thing, but Kaggy's great because you can like just opt out of all the AI stuff. They also, like, not only that, they filter out and downrank websites that are generated with AI slop. So if you're looking for, like, I don't know, OpenSSL, C guide, or like, I don't know, something that might pop up on like a median. Best C encryption encrypt. And it's like pretty decent stuff. It's like you get your Wikipedias, your like they have a thing called slop. Let me find this setting. They have a funny name for it. Setting. What is it called? AI. Slop stop. That's what they call it. So it's a whole thing where everyone who uses this service has like a thing to mark websites that are AI slop, and then like you can choose what you want. You can either have it downrank so it appears lower on your searches, or you can do what I do, which is just filter it out entirely. Or if you want the AI slop, you can disable this feature, but it's pretty good. I like it. And you can turn off like auto AI answers. They have their own AI agent thing, but you can just choose not to have it pop up, so when you Google stuff, you actually just get stuff, which is great. Because I think I showed you like last time, Google's like really bad at searching for, like I was trying to look for adjust.h, and you get the video now, which is great. It didn't do that before, but you can't like find, like you see like that's not the correct library. Is it popping up now because I went there, because I searched it out? Nope, that's something entirely different. That's like entirely different. But if I type adjust.h, and bam, the correct GitHub library. Or like I was having that with CLay as well. So if I type CLay C, I get exactly this high performance UI library for C. Let's see if Google is better with this. Okay, they're better now. Maybe it's because it's gone there too, but before I would type this in and I wouldn't, and I have to go digging to find it, and I give up and I'll just go to the video and find it that way. But it's great. It's a great engine. I enjoy it. I enjoy Kaggy. Thank you, Aya. Happening every stream. I know. I mean, I love. Here's the thing, right? I think it's important to support. Like, I think if a service, how should I say this? Okay. I hate being the product, right? At the same time, though, I spent most of my life not paying for any of these services, so I was like, I don't really care. It's either because I don't care, or I just don't have the means to do it. But now that there's services that are actually good, and I have the means for it, I think it's worth actually paying for things that are useful. And it's a way of saying, hey, I don't want to be a product. I'd rather just, if something's useful, let's just support it, man. Or I think a better way of describing this is that, like, I don't know, there's like a lot of thoughts about this. Because part of it has to do with the issues of publicly traded companies. Because when you have a publicly traded company, the customer isn't the customer, the shareholders are the customers, right? So they have so much more say over a lot of different things, and you end up having like terrible you end up having that term enshittification happen. But you know, I don't know, I think it's neat, and I think things that are neat deserve praise. Slop cop. Poor blarb. Slop cop. Yeah, it's good search engine. I'm enjoying it. It's good. It's very private. It also has like a big thing for privacy, so it doesn't save your search history. I mean, it doesn't really affect me, but I think that's kind of cool. I wish there's an option to turn it on though, but I get why they do it. There is some convenience that comes from having your search history be saved, but I think I'd rather have a service that opts for more privacy than less. Especially because having it be deleted or having it be entirely local prevents it from, like, hey, if they get bought out by another company, then you can get, like, you know, you can retroactively get doxxed, right? Like, that's a concern people have. But if you make it a protocol where it's like, no, we don't store data at all, it's all local, then it's like, all right, cool. I'm actually fine with that. Okay, where is this gonna take us? Here's where things get weird. I'm just figuring out where we're gonna go on this little journey of ours. Like, we can keep this pattern going. I'm perfectly fine with having this pattern continue. Okay. I like local stuff. They don't want anything local anymore. Yeah, I hate that too. Cracks me up. And still, I forget you usually design patterns. Yeah. Wait, what part of the top mode cracks you up? Is it like when you see the thing come around the other way? It's pretty amusing. I wish more modern tools have that. Like, it seems like the workaround for most applications to achieve the similar thing is to get seamless textures is much more involved and less nicely intuitive. Like, it usually involves like a bunch of either menus or destructive edits or just all this other stuff. It's not great. You know, it's kind of weird, but this is kind of reminding me of Cave Story. I don't know why. Cave Story has a very distinctive style. I think it'd look more Cave Story if it was more blocky, but I think some of the color choices here are closer to that. Here we go. Yeah, speaking of that though, I'm telling you, man, we're gonna start streaming to cozycabingames.com soon. Like, I think we're gonna do both. Or maybe I'm gonna do one stream on YouTube one day and then another stream on there on the website. I tell you, man, the outage today just got me ultra. It got me ultra radicalized. I'm gonna disappear into the small web of my domain, and we're gonna be independent. We're gonna be free of the clutches of. I'm gonna be, tied to the hosting platform I'm using, but aside from them, at least it's much more. There's a little bit more freedom on it. Also more liability though, but we'll deal with that later. You know what we're gonna do? This needs a little. You know what I'm saying? This needs a little bit of that action on there. Does that not feel right? That feels right to me. Okay, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna have like this other companion piece going in the opposite direction. So something like this. So it feels almost like interlocked. That feels right to me. That feels right. Maybe not that. This feels just a little bit better. Okay, cool. We're gonna keep this visual motif going. That just seems correct to me. And I want to have something that breaks it at these corners here. So maybe have another square like structure. Just, you ever have like someone who just does not read the room at all and they just interrupt your conversations without regard with like something completely unrelated? That's what this piece is going to be. It's going to be a very rude person who just kind of like, bam. Actually, have you heard about Toy Story 3? It's my favorite. Just kidding. Toy Story 4 is my favorite. Let's talk about that. Boy, howdy. Have you heard of something called Battlestar Galactica? This is like so not correct. Like this is wrong on a bunch of different metrics. Like this is so uneven. But you know what? This is what we signed up for. We signed up for uneven. This is what we asked for. This is what we get. You get what you deserve. Okay. Of course, yeah, that's the plan. Makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna go keep both. I just want to have a nice thing where like, I know, it's like the idea of, hey, we have our own place as well. Like the YouTube outage today, which is like only it was like 30 minutes or something. It's nothing crazy. It's not the end of the world. And I imagine if YouTube goes down for multiple hours, there's some really serious things going down out in the world. But I just like the idea of, hey, we're free to just like, we can just hang out in a place that's not this platform. I like that. I like the little modicum of independence. Of course, I'm probably still going to stream here. I'm not going to fully abandon because I think, most people have found me through here. And compared to other platforms, YouTube's been pretty good. I can't really complain that much. But you know, there's a part of me that yearns for the small internet days. Yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do with this guy here. This almost looks like stairs. I don't even know what we're doing here. What if we bring this like pipe visual motif back and have a break, like bridge upon here? Maybe this is connected in a more meaningful way. I want to break this up a little bit. Okay, this is an idea, but I'm not displeased with this idea. This may very well be the idea that I'm looking for. And have this be like a hinge as well. Okay. That doesn't look like a... I was trying to do like a vertical flathead, but maybe if I want to achieve that look, I should just do this. Yeah, it looks way more readable. Okay. I'm gonna do this. And use... And then, I don't know, maybe this. We're just concocting the gnarliest of designs, of nonsensical, non-functional designs. Because why not? I have the keys here. I can do what I want. Let's go on Leak Hive. Nah, no NFTs. I'm not that kind of guy. By the end of the year, I'm probably gonna have a Cozy Cabin Games account. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen, dude. Depends on certain things. It depends on if I actually end up making the infrastructure for it. Just want to say I love your setup. Thank you, man. Thank you, Jetty. Yeah, we're gonna every citizen of the Cozy Cabin. We're gonna have our own Cozy Cabin ID system. Like, there's not only an account, but you're also gonna have like a photo ID. Like, to authenticate. So here's how you're not gonna log in with the email and password. That's not what's gonna happen, right? First of all, to register, you have to come to me. You have to like DM me, and I'm gonna get into a call with you. I have to see that you're a person, and then like from there, I'm gonna make a printout of your ID, and I'm gonna send you a JPEG called ID.jpg. And then every time you want to join the stream, you don't log in with your username and password. Instead, it's like a video stream, and people pop into Discord, and I see their face, and they have to show me their ID. And I'm like, yep, that checks out. I remember you. It's like I'm gonna be a bouncer for my own streams. Yeah, that sounds like the future, guys. See, the issue is that we automated too much. Made it too convenient. No. The clubs, they had it right. Do I like this? Am I liking this at all? Okay, that seems better. The thickness feels very ambiguous here because it seems very thin, but then it kind of blows out over here. Maybe I should make it more thinner. We're becoming worse than Google. You got a DevOps background? No, I just have DevOps dreams of not like I want to work in DevOps, but rather like I see this wonderful vision for a future or environment for myself, and I know the tools, but then I just don't have the time or energy to do that, to do the DevOps things. I'm more of a DevOps idea guy than an actual DevOps person. A DevOps visionary, if you will. Yeah. I don't know, one day though, I should probably get back into the DevOps side of things. I can't lie. I know for a fact I'm gonna hate. I'm not sure actually. Maybe I'm not gonna hate maintenance of Fight and Flight because I'm just gonna drop it and it's gonna be the way it is. And there's gonna be an emotional support placebo email for customer support. Maybe that's what we just do. So people feel like they're reporting things and that things are gonna happen. Or maybe I should do. Maybe I should just make a Codeberg page, and then like let that be like people can post issues, because like to go on there you're probably gonna have to be someone. You don't have to be, but there's like this like psych barrier, or anything related to source control or Git or whatever just kind of freaks people out. So the people who go to report the issues are at least gonna probably have a bit more technical faculties. Oh man, I don't know. Or we could just gaslight them. I could just gaslight them in customer support. Actually, that was patched in the latest fix. Can you just update the app? You already updated app? I don't think you're on the internet. But no, DevOps is going to be super important for that kind of stuff, because it's going to be nice to be able to like have a nice proper mechanism for intaking and deploying fixes, and have an actual robust CI/CD pipeline. If I wanted to go full, I'd even have like some telemetry, but I think I respect privacy a little bit too much to actually add telemetry to any of my games. I think if I have telemetry, it's gonna be like there's a local log file, and then in the game it's like, hey, you encountered something bad. Are you cool with the application sending these logs back to Cozy Cabinet HQ? That'd probably be the most of it. Which I just realized I need to make a task for myself to actually implement the logger, like implement my own logger in the game, so I can. I imagine Unity has their own thing, but I already wrote some stuff for this, so I might as well just use it. This feels weird. Okay, we're gonna do this. Yeah. What are we making for art for? I'm making art for a game. So right now I have this game that has like these shells, these like different levels in the background of a stage, and I've been using just largely assets from my other game I was working on. But now we're at the point where I'm like, okay, I want this game to actually look better or closer. I want to start pursuing what the game should look like. So we're making this texture that's going to be for different levels or layers of the environment. And that's what this is. We did some concepts, some sketches here to kind of build out what the ideas would be for like this tech world, and then now we're actually illustrating it. Yeah, it's something I've been neglecting to do. I enjoy doing art. It's just I just there's always so much more tech work to do and to polish, and it's like I can't. It's not important. It's very much important, but now I've gotten to the point where actually the lack of art or design for UIs is becoming an actual impedance on progress. So I can afford to give myself an art day to actually get stuff done. It seems like things are coming together pretty well. What is this pneumatic pump looking thing? Maybe this is gonna be like, you can have like an array of stuff coming from. Over here. Yeah, whoever designed this mechanical structure has some really great cable management skills, I'll tell you what. It's not me. I don't have good cable management skills at all. I flirted with it though. For Christmas I got a cable management kit, and it was actually pleased at how much better my environment can look when things are cleaned up, but there's still quite a lot of room for improvement. Okay, and this feels too unbroken, so we're gonna have some, I don't know, some tape, some Gorilla Tape to keep these pipes connected the way they're supposed to be, because nothing says future like Gorilla Tape to keep your pneumatic pumps going. Thank you, Ho Chong. I'm glad you dig it. I'm making a background for a game. Yeah, we're just making some background art for it. You know what? Maybe it should be 1 pixel higher. Gosh, this feels like the olden days. I haven't done a pixel art stream in ages, man. It's been ages since I've done this. Now that I think about it. Very nice. What is this music? Alright, I guess that's what we're listening to. I'll bring this in a little bit more. Maybe even a little bit more beyond just that. Yeah, that feels good. That feels correct. And then what are we gonna do from there? How are we gonna fill this extra space? We can add like some. So this is gonna be low value. This is dark value. So we need something probably bright to either even darker, and we fill this in with like a little void of just shadow from this, which could very much work. But then we're gonna have to add something else that's gonna have this bright, nice bright contrast to bring it back. Yeah, there's some things we need to do here. What kind of component are we gonna put here? I always do like an engine block, like a V8 or something. Have multiple V8s embedded here. Good day, what's going on, Isopods? Good to see you, man. Free uncopyrighted music. No, I'm tragically not doing that. I think the closest was the very beginning of the stream, but then the YouTube's auto playlist just very much funnels me down the copyrighted thing. I don't even care at this point, though. And we need to break up this, so this needs to go somewhere as well. Something has to happen there. So we have to go somewhere from here. So it can be like maybe a square. No, it's a circle. Circles are nice, but I want to do more square. Yeah. Let me start putting some squares around here. We can always go the route of adding just gears, just random clockwork in here. That feels a little dumb. And then just to pretend like there's some kind of intentionality here, we're gonna do some repetitions because repetition legitimizes, right? So I'm probably gonna do some something like this. So just so there's some regularity that emerges and it feels a little more balanced. So it's some unknown bespoke like component. I like it. Have you ever seen Bjork look at a CRT that's been disassembled? This is starting kind of feeling like that. Like we're making a little story. This feels almost like designing a little city. Like this feels almost like little apartment blocks. Maybe this will have like a little balcony or something. It's not actually a balcony, but we're using an analogy here to help inform decisions. And you know what? Maybe these guys are friends. So they have like a little hallway that connects both their units because they always hang out. I like that. I like that idea. We can always use more good friends. And these two are gonna be buddies. They're gonna be like the Blue Wizards of Tolkien. Just these two dudes. No one knows nothing about them. We just know that they're two dudes. And good or bad, they were together. Just doing their thing. Oh, you know what? Gravity Rush's OST has some good stuff. And maybe we could use some other components that go there. Hey bro, what's going on x86? x86 as in the architecture? Do you perhaps deal in x86 assembly? Because if so, I'd be very impressed. And intimidated. But largely impressed. What is beautiful? Thank you, Meld. I'm glad you dig it. And then maybe like some things go up into here. There's always a lot of random stuff in houses. Maybe not as much nowadays, but I remember living in the age of antennas where you'd have like random components and dishes sticking out. I'm not sure if I can really convey that though at this angle without it feeling just very odd and jagged and disconnected. But we can endeavor to try. Why not? Nothing ventured, nothing gained, right? So we're gonna experiment together. Let's see where this leads us. If not, at least we'll have something that looks different. That actually doesn't look half bad. I'm sticking with that. Okay. Maybe we'll use the black colors to get some additional contrast here because we can kind of use it in this low relief area of the picture. We're just kind of disappearing into this ambiguous void, which I think is the intention as well. I want it to be kind of very ambiguous as to what is going on here. Yeah, we can have some of that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna add some more intention or more contrast here. I've been very sparing in using the black outlines, but I think we can afford to use it here. I think we have a sufficient budget. Very nice. Yeah, 2D game. Yeah, this is the game I'm making this for. I'm replacing these getting rid of these placeholder backgrounds with hopefully something that resembles more what I have in mind for at least this stage. Pardon me. Yeah, we're slowly getting this. Okay, and this is gonna be like a 2-story condo. And then here's me where the elevator lives. Honestly, this building analogy is kind of super helpful in terms of building out the rest of this mechanical structure. I mean, honestly, the underlying hardware is very much kind of like a little city. It looks more like an office building, but whatever. So it feels like another module built into here. Maybe I should probably test this out in the actual game. What's going on, LOL? Glad to have you here. Okay. This feels too plain. I'm gonna add a division right here. Maybe add some additional subdivisions. And maybe kind of imply that they continue down there. See, like that just adds a little bit of intrigue, doesn't it? Makes it look that much more interesting. Cool. Honestly, let me just fill the rest of this, because I don't think we're ever gonna have any transparent parts here. Oh yeah, this is starting to look like a tech city, like a little techno shell. And I'm gonna add a bit more hard edges to everything that's meant to be defined and have a strong outline. Yeah, this helps a lot. Oh, we got storms a brewing outside. Scary. Scary. Okay. Maybe this has like a little bit of cast shadows on the side. Maybe the shadows, the light source is at a little bit of an angle. You know what? Just to further define this, I'm just going to move this around a little bit as well. Okay. He has something else going on here. Maybe I'm just gonna imply that there's more things going on with the black outline. Yeah, so now it feels like there's actually other stuff going on there. Maybe just add some general noise around these components too. Very cool. Let me actually index these colors before I forget. It's gonna make it easier to swap out colors later on. Yeah. Cool. Mayhaps it's an environment background element. Yeah, that's the plan. It's gonna be a tiling background. That's meant to be like this mecha shell of just technology that's overcovering like a society underneath. You know what? Maybe this should be a little bit more bi-directional. Right now things are very much horizontal. But maybe, just maybe. Yeah, dude, my stomach has been very upset today. Or just lately. Yeah, what if we kind of continue this momentum from these lines and have like another array going out this way? Nope. Nope. We don't do that, Linux. There we go. Okay. Now where this goes, I have no idea. That's the fun of art, right? It's discovering where this stuff is gonna ultimately land. Maybe you can have like this like repeating pattern, or maybe you can actually just have it go up and start colonizing some of this area up here. Bam. So it goes somewhere here. Did this go into yeah, it's a single pixel wide. Interesting. Bam. Okay, so it's gonna go up there, it's gonna do something. There's like this thing like that's kind of cobbled together. It could be like this. Maybe more things come from here actually. Maybe it's like a mega structure. Like a bunch of wires come out of there. And then where do we go from here? Like I almost want to do like a CPU chip that just has a bunch of different outs and ins. I guess we can do some angles like this as well. Why not? Oh my goodness. Why would you do this to me? Do we like this? I think I like it. I think I am. I know I am. Happy. So this is music from Gravity Rush. It sounds like One Piece music, dude. Like every time I hear it, I keep thinking, oh, is this one from One Piece? No, it's Gravity Rush. How'd you learn this? Just time, exposure. I've been doing this for years, man. It's a function of time, though. I mean, purposeful practice as well. Like, it's not just, hey, I'm gonna sit at a computer and I'm gonna just do whatever. But even then, I think you're gonna end up improving at some point. But yeah, it's time. It's sitting down and iterating and doing pixel art or just art in general, and then observing, trying to improve, see where you're going wrong, where you're not going, where you're not improving. Maybe we can have like a little block here. Very nice. Now what is going to be these blocks that are separating stuff? You have to have some kind of function. I'm not sure what that function's going to be yet, though. We're going to have some regularity, so again, it feels intentional. As to what they do, we'll find out. We're going to discover it together. I absolutely love the way Tolkien describes, like when you see how he reads certain some ideas about his story. He doesn't talk as an authoritative figure, but rather someone who's just hearing this perchance or theorizing as to what could be happening in the world, as if the world exists independent of him and he's merely a passerby in there. I always find that quite charming. Okay, what are we gonna do here? Slave, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's background art for a game. By doing solo indie game dev using Godot, I mean, you could. The answer is, can you? Yes, you can. That is a possibility that exists that you can do. The engine doesn't really matter. You can make great games with an off-the-shelf engine like Godot. You can make something great with your own engine, hand-rolling it yourself, or Unity or Unreal, or using frameworks. Yeah, like we've seen that successful games can come from anywhere. And successful games can come from people who develop it themselves. So all that stuff has been done before. Now it's just a matter of, can you face that tiger down and fight it? Because I'll tell you, there's a lot of difficulties, hidden difficulties about making games that are not just the nuts and bolts of making them. Like for me, I fancy myself pretty good at pixel art and pretty good at programming and pretty good at music. And you'd think at the onset that, oh yeah, that's like the recipes to make a good game, right? And yet, you'll find there's new things that you may not consider, like design. Because a lot of designs may sound good on paper, but until you actually implement it, that's when you start actually seeing if it holds any water. And not only doing that, but also testing with people, which I've been bad at. Or just testing it in general for yourself. Which is kind of the importance of prototyping. It's like an insurance on an idea. Testing with a prototype, because then it's like, alright, well, if it's bad and it needs to be modified or scrapped, we can do it now because it's very easy because we spent not that much time and investment into it. I work with a UX designer, and he says that UX is insurance for your design. And it's a great way of thinking about it. So there's that. There's also the fact that it's very easy to make a prototype and make something functional. But making an actual product and finishing the game out, that's a very different ball game. There's new problems that emerge. It's like a material science. The more you when you start off, the infrastructure is very light because there's very little things in there. But as you add system complexity, the more weight the things you've built out have to carry. And that's a different consideration entirely. And then there's also the other element, the human element of just motivation. Because you can get excited for an idea early on in making and pursuing it. But then does that, when time passes, motivation wanes. It happens to the best of people, right? And the question is, once that happens, how do you stay in it? How do you keep driving forward towards your goal? People have different answers and solutions for it. I have my own that help me, which is like, we talked about it before on the other stream, which is like, having mechanisms that tap you back into reminding you what was cool about the idea to begin with, or that awakes that imagination. But yeah, there's a lot of factors. But here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. I said a lot of things that might be discouraging, but it's not. It's a real thing that you face. But the thing is, you can overcome that. People can overcome it. I'm working on overcoming it. I'm trying to prove it to myself that I can do that. And the way you prove it is just by doing it. It's just by doing it. So I'm not sure if that's encouraging or not. It's like when people ask about how to get into programming, it's like, well, you just do it. You start Googling. It starts with a desire, a will, a goal, a dream, right? And then you just got to do it. The beautiful thing about programming is that it's the most accessible it's ever been. Internet's very accessible. There's very little cost outside of the machine itself, and you don't even need to have a strong machine to do programming by itself. So the means exist. Now you just got to get out there and do it, man. So there's your answer, man. There's your answer. This kind of reminds me of that, I'm not sure if it's a quote, but I feel like I've heard it somewhere where it just says, those who desire, do. If you have the desire for doing it, you're going to do it. That's just, you're going to do it not because it's easy, but just because there's a desire inherently to do it, and you'll overcome the difficulties to do it. Because, you know, there's times where I'm super tired and I may not want to stream, or I may not want to work on the game, but at the same time, there's just something in me that just like sees the idea, sees the vision, and, you know, or it's just like itching. It just cannot, it's restless because it's like, hey, I can't sit still and not do this. We need to do something. We need to do some work, because having this remain as just an idea is going to drive me insane, and I need to actually put it to practice. I need to start realizing this thing, if only just for myself. So yeah, man. Those who desire do. That's the quote. Thank you, Draco. An artist, and this is amazing art. Thank you, Meld. I appreciate it. At PvP for this game? Nah. I was thinking about maybe PV. Actually, no, I was thinking about it. Like, it would be cool to have local ad hoc racing where you can race against other people near you on their mobile phones. So I think we need to have more co-op games that require you to be actually next to a person. I think that's something we've lost, and that's something we should have more of, and it'll be cool to do that. I haven't explored that yet, because that's going to be a whole separate thing. That's adding networking and network replication and state replication, and that's a whole lot to consider, especially for a guy who's just trying to prove to himself that he can finish a game for once in his life. Okay, maybe that's not an overstatement. I've finished games before, but finish a game that is non-trivial and that I can actually feel proud about. Maybe not. Maybe that's still too harsh, because there's games I've made that I am proud of. I don't know. I just need to finish something. Let's just leave it at that. Or better yet, I need to finish a game as Cozy Cabin Games and get something out. That's a better descriptor. I love that quote. Yep. It's true though. Honestly, like I'm surprised I haven't thought of that sooner or brought it up sooner, because I feel like it's super applicable to so many things. And it's honestly the truth, man. Okay, and you know what, we're gonna have some cast shadows here, because now that we have this new element here, we need to imply that there's actually some lighting occlusion happening. Yep. Nice. Okay, cool. Cool. I want to add more. It just feels like there's a lack of density of detail here. So I need to add some more. Yeah, then more here. Sick work. Thank you. Thank you, Burflow. Glad you dig it. It's other person to accept the encouragement. Yep. Are you using Linux or Windows? I'm using Linux right now. That's how I'm able to have the luxury of tiling windows the way I desire them to be. I can't have this luxury in Windows. It's very sad. It's very tragic. Like I can't. Okay, here's a better. I can't do this in Windows. Hop, 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 hop. I can't move it like that. No sirree. You can't have peak desktop management in Windows. Mr. Microsoft. John Microsoft doesn't want you to have that. I almost feel tempted to find a way to be able to control my mouse with the keyboard for art purposes, but that might be a little extreme. What's gonna go on with these guys here? They feel almost too uniform. I feel like we need to add some more stuff. I think like the best inspiration might be just going to looking at car parts, like looking underneath the hood of a car. You have like a lot of weird non-uniform stuff. Maybe I should just try to make some of this stuff feel a bit more organic, as if like, hey, this hasn't been molded to a specific shape because that's what's been afforded by. That's been what's afforded by the space that you're occupying in. Like if you were like a game dev or just really determined, would you commit to a large project, a large game like a Stardew Valley, or would you say it's better to stick to little games? No, so I have big projects in the chamber. This is actually the third project that's in the development. I have a larger one called Crimson Crown. Actually, I have a few that they're going to be quite sizable. This is meant to be the smallest of them. But I don't think about projects in terms of small or big. I just think about them in terms of the experience. There's some that happen to be bigger just because that's what's necessitated by the experience I envision for the player. But yeah, as I mentioned though, there's like 3 projects that have been in progress. There's this one, which is a smaller one. Then one that's previous to it called Messy Mansion, which is like this 3D platforming game that's larger than this one. And there's the far larger one called Crimson Crown, which is pretty big and kind of complex. Here's the thing though, it's very different. Like big and complex is kind of not the best way to describe it, because big and complex in what way? As far as systems are concerned, they're actually quite it's not that complex. All these games are actually occupying a similar level of complexity to a certain degree. But if it's big in terms of assets, then that's a very different thing. Then Crimson Crown is very much an asset hog of a project and will suck a lot of time. But yeah, I think in general though, it's important to be able to execute at least a small game project. At least this is what this is meant to be for me, right? It's meant to be a smaller game just to see, hey, what is it like to execute this smaller game before I continue work on these larger projects I have in mind. Yeah, and then that's not including the even bigger projects like the game engine stuff I'm doing, which I'm like, man, I really want to go back to work on it. As much as I want to go back to Messy Mansion, I think the next game I really want to work on is Dot Dungeon. And I think I really want to try doing that in my own engine and see how far that goes. Thank you, Karma. And thank you, RJ himself. I'm glad you dig it even if you don't quite get what's going on. This is a background for a game I'm working on. But, yeah, because nothing's... I don't know. Engine projects are fun. The only thing I worry about is that, I like just working on technical tasks, and with an engine project, there's always not really a shortage of that. Like, you can always extend things or, you know... Like, there's always things you can do, right, to improve it and make it more robust. And I want to make sure I don't get bogged down with that. Like, I think I need to focus on implementing just the things I need for the game. I don't know, but I'm always, like, an optimist. I always think things are going to be way easier than they actually are. I'm telling you, I'm delusional, because I think Dot Dungeon's going to be pretty straightforward to make, and I can already tell that I'm wrong, but it feels like it's going to be like that. It feels like that game would be perfect for that engine project, actually. But we'll find out. We'll see how wrong I may be. We're gonna do like a filter thing here, like a little tube that's sticking out, and then I don't know, man. I think it's gonna be easy. I think it's gonna be I think I could totally get that game done. Oh man, the delusion. I think you have to be a little delusional to work on creative projects like this, though. I think if you're not delusional, you're not gonna dare to try to do it. And you're always gonna be stuck in paralysis. Oh yeah, I should probably use more of this stuff. I have a brighter color to use. I don't know why I'm not using it. Come on, are we back? Yeah, we're back. Okay, yeah, we can add some additional highlights here. I've been looking at working way too much in low relief. Gotta add some pop to this. And then what goes from here. We can repeat this. How many pixels is that? Like that. That looks pretty good to me. some specularity. This feels a little too small. Maybe that's fine. Maybe that's actually just what happens. And then maybe we can have this impress more. Brick by brick. Luigi! I could build another castle, but you can't build another princess. So much easier with Steam API, even low-level networking. I've tried dedicated servers before. The setup is that complicated. Stop players exploiting a nightmare. Yeah, well, the thing is, this is a mobile game, and I want to do ad hoc stuff without an authoritative server. So, I guess for my purposes, I'm out of luck. I'm just going to have to do it right. But maybe it's an opportunity to just flesh out my dev kit to be way more robust so I can handle shared network state. Or maybe I could just make it one person act as a server and make that authoritative. And that's fine. I don't know, I saw this thing where like the ex-creator of Twitter created this this new app that doesn't rely on a central server, to my understanding, but instead it relies upon peer-to-peer Bluetooth networks, mesh networks. So that even if things go down bad and infrastructure fails, you can still communicate with people through that Bluetooth mesh network. Really cool if you reach critical mass adoption. But yeah, I think that's cool. Like I like that idea. The PSP used to have had stuff like that too, where you can have ad hoc online networking. So it's like, man, we had technology was cooler back in the day than it is right now. Like, you know, like you'd think that as technology got better, we'd get better at utilizing it to do cooler stuff. But it's like, no, we just got lazier and stopped making the most of what we had. So maybe I should just stop being lazy and actually architect this game to be much cooler than it already is. Actually, we're still trying to make it cool, but make it even more special. Like maybe that's what we do, actually. Maybe I just go through with it and say, hey, this game in a month thing is not going to happen because we're going to make this be online as well. I mean, it's kind of a cool idea. You have a procedurally generated level with defined markers, and then you just go against your buddy to see who loses first. And you can still like get stuff like coins for the base game from it, so it's not like just a separate thing. It actually does benefit you. I don't know. Maybe I actually do this. Maybe I just say, screw it, I'm gonna write my own network. Peer-to-peer network thing. And then design my structure my architecture to be very much to have all my eggs in one basket so it can be easy to transmit state. I don't know. There's more to it than just that, though. But that would be really cool. And you know me, when something's really cool, it kind of makes me want to just do it and forget and say, who cares when it comes to cost. Should I just try this out? Let's see how this looks in game, out of curiosity. Levels. Level 1, we're using chunk. Yeah, we're using this one. Actually, instead of polluting this, let me just go back to concept, and then we'll just Yeah, just say this is PNG. So we actually don't have to even stop the game. I could just swap out one of the textures for this and modify it as need be. So this is, where's the shell? Where's the player at? Okay, here we go. So let's replace you. No, not that one. This one. I'm gonna call it Tech World something. Let's go to. Going to. Do I have to refresh? Yeah, you're. This one, yeah. Don't do this to me. Okay, that's part of it. Let's make the scale be bigger. Oh great, I forgot. I didn't I've hard-coded the size. Of course I did. I have to actually modify the shader real quick. 1 second, guys. Have no fear, we're just doing a quick shader change. Use a form of ad hoc. Oh, interesting, I didn't know that. We're going to Acrolocks. Good to see you again, man. Is this... Wait, I already had this open. Yeah, what am I doing? So we have this size parameter, and I think within expand, thank you. If we're using UV control, we're doing UV times speed offset. I think we have to do this times size, I think. Might have to be inverse, but we'll see. Okay. Yeah, so the smaller it is, the more. Okay. Okay. That actually looks pretty cool, even with the deformation. It actually, like, we're not even using, it's being blended right now, so it looks very smooth. It almost looks illustrated. That's kind of crazy. If we actually apply the correct preset to it, though. Preset, and it's going to be, I believe 128 is the resolution we're working at. This actually looks pretty good, man. Even in its half finished state. Oh, the orange from the coins and the orange from the traffic cones are not going to work good. I might have to change this to be like red or something, so it's very clear that this traffic cones are bad for your health. Yeah, I'm actually quite happy with this. So for the edges, I think we're gonna manually paint some of this stuff. I don't know. Or maybe we don't. We stick with the control map thing, and then we can do something special here. I don't know. Or maybe I can make like a rim, like an outline modifier to the fragment shader. We can do something with this. I know we can do something with it. But this is actually quite a successful test. I'm gonna tweak the colors a bit as well, but it definitely feels like we're hovering over like these metal sheets. Very nice. Very nice. I'm quite happy. That would have been terrible if we did all this work and then we tested it and it's like, nope, this is fundamentally terrible and bad and we should just feel bad about it. But no, we're good so far. We're good. Brain melting shenanigans. That's alright. We just did some we did some minor shader changes. Though if I'm gonna do it correctly, we're gonna have to make this inverse, but we'll do that later. I'll do them. That's simple. That's just 1 divided by size and multiplied by the UV coordinate, and we're good to go. Okay. This music. So where do we go here? Where does 1 go from here? I want to push back and use the black color to draw out some shapes in the background in between the complexities. I also want to add more of these like little strips that are meant to be holding this in place. Okay, that's gonna be terrible, but I don't think we can avoid it. So I guess that's the price we pay for this. Oh well, it's okay. We only did it 3 lines long. And then what we can do is maybe use like colors like this to break it up, so it doesn't feel quite as jarring. Maybe even add like a little layer. Okay, you know what? You know what I need? Marvel vs. Capcom 3. I need something with a little bit more pep. Just a little bit more pep. Okay, there we go. Maybe push this up a little bit more. Just need a little bit more here. On a game called Solitaire Candy World. Interesting. So is it like Solitaire with a candy theme to it? Or like some candy mechanics? I have not played Solitaire in a fat minute, man. Actually, Solitaire is one of those games where it came bundled with Windows XP, but I never really understood how to play it. And I think to this day I still don't quite understand it. I think I get the rules, but I don't think I understand how to properly play it. I want to imply like there's like, but that's like too much. Maybe like only here. Yeah, that looks good to me. Yeah, that actually that looks quite good actually. So we can kind of imply that there's some like depth going on here. Nope, not the same thing again. You know, I could listen to some Pap thingy. Okay. Same with Solitaire. Oh, you're on the same boat as me? Yeah. I have a fever, but this is relaxing. Well, I'm sorry to hear that you have a fever, but I'm glad this is relaxing during your trying times. I hate being sick. You know, honestly, I'm actually kind of conflicted because I'm kind of a workaholic, right? And there's a part of me that actually kind of enjoys being sick because it's the first time where I'm physically forced to just stop work, and I just end up playing games because I don't play games generally, which is kind of bad, but that's a whole separate topic. But yeah, when I'm sick, it's like the one time where I'm forced to just lay down, not work or program or do anything, and actually engage in recreation. But then I also hate it because when I'm sick, I feel like I should be getting more done. I should be productive, and I can't, and it makes me angry. Because there's a part of me that's very much pursuant and driven by the sense of achieving something. So when that happens, I end up playing driving games or racing games like crazy because it's a thing that kind of has that same sense of achievement where it's like, okay, I'm getting inherently better at this thing. Like games have this. It's weird because I love and hate it. There's games where it's like, hey, your progression is just a function of time. Time in, time out. You grind in the fields with some slimes, you're going to get some XP from it, and maybe you can get better at maximizing it, but in general, all your interactions are functions of time. And that's kind of nice, but also kind of bad at one level, because it's like, sure, it's nice that I know for sure what kind of experience I'm going to have when I engage with this game. On the other hand, it's like, okay, but me as a person inherently, I'm not really changing too much from it. At least that's how I feel. Whereas driving games, it's like, hey, no, only I'm improving at this inherently. I can't make the timer go down by grinding and getting, better unlocks or something. It's no, I'm getting better at this. Yeah, it's a thing for me. That being said, though, it's not like I dislike games like that. It's just that's the psychology of that's how I perceive as going on. That's what I perceive to be happening. So I like playing Final Fantasy, and I like playing games like that, like Dragon Quest 3s. I enjoyed a lot. But usually it's much more or less so for the combat or sense of progression, and rather for the feeling of exploring and piecing together the next goal and figuring out this world. And then it's fun to grind and be overpowered and everything. But I don't know. In my mind, it doesn't quite classify that in the same way. But hey, that's where you have a variety of games, right? Different functions, different purposes, different places. Top tier content. Thank you, man. I appreciate it, man. Thanks for the sub. The normal tri-peaks, it's easier than normal solid. Oh, really? Interesting. The moment you reach past the beginner learning phase, that's when you become serious workaholic. Well, I mean, it depends, right? There's people who are that I consider to be very, very proficient at their craft who aren't that, right? I think part of it is your relationship with work and how it defines you. I think if you get significant meaning from the work you do, that's one part of it. There's also the other part of if you use work to regulate, because there's people who call themselves workaholic, but they actually have like a healthy relationship with work because it's purely just for the inherent meaningfulness of the work they're doing and the act of realizing what you have, right? That's cool. But then there's like workaholic where it's like, hey, I use work as a coping mechanism to handle negative stressors in life. And that's where things can get very problematic. I find myself kind of in that category, if I'm gonna be real with you. I think it's largely motivated by the meaningfulness of the work, but I wouldn't lie, I can't lie that I don't use this as a means of dealing with it, but I think I'm pretty good at drawing the line between when other things need to be prioritized beyond that. But yeah, this does, yeah, I don't know, it's kind of weird to think about it, because it's like there's some wishy-washy cases to it too. Because it's like, is it a case of I'm just, you know, is it that I'm addicted, or is it a scenario of, hey, there's some things that are in life that are good, but they require sacrifice, and I'm just making that. I did the calculus, I did the weighing of the opportunity cost, and this is the decision that was reached. But it was an informed decision. I think there's a distinction there, because then it's like, all right, at least you're making the cost. You've done the cost, and it's there's supposed to be a trade-off there, right? Versus people who do it like compulsively, not because it's part of the result of some kind of weighing of options, but rather something that they have to do because it's like the only means of tackling this stuff. I don't know. It's very odd. I just know that like I need to take some time to just chill. But I can't. I want to get this game done, dude. I'm just like, I see the finish line. I see the thing coming together bit by bit, little by little. Okay, we have this. This is like, there's some kind of intake that's happening here. I don't know, I enjoy it. I still consider it a hobby. That's part of why I don't take any donations or monetize streams at all, because I think if I monetize streams, that's when this goes from being a hobby that I enjoy to being work. I think the most I'm willing to go is offer my games for sale, and even that's very different because it's like a good or service. I think the feedback loop from streams is too dangerous to cross that threshold for me. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but I that's the line in the sand I've drawn for myself. Okay, we have like this multi-chambered capsule things they're like daisy chained, and they're connecting to something else over here, and then there's like some protrusion happening here. Yeah, that's starting to feel like something. This feels intentional. That is crazy. I didn't know I can intentionally make this feel intentional. But here we are. Making things that feel intentional. Okay, and then maybe, what if you have like little brackets that nail this in? Nice. Very nice. So these like slot together, and then that's what's holding things together. Okay, I can dig that. Okay, what if you had like additional little brackets here? Like that. Yeah. I like that. That feels right to me. What's going on here? I knew someone who made pixel art like you as a personal hobby. He never ever shared on social media, and only to those who knew him on Discord. The style was so unique, everything looked biological. Oh, interesting. Do things that we want to do for fun, like racing games. Oh yeah, dude, I have a whole racing rig in my back there that I just haven't touched in a year. I used to be super into trying to learn how to drift in Assetto Corsa. I like the type of style you rarely ever see. Still think about his art to this day, like Mars Attacks meets LSD meets biology aesthetics. Interesting. I mean, that's the. It seems like. Okay, so what I'm about to say is going to sound really crazy out of context, because I'm saying this in reference to this talk that was given at GDC by a guy named Brian Moriarty about the idea of games being art, right? And what I'm producing here isn't art, or at least not sublime art or great art, right? It's ultimately product art. Art that's meant to be part of a product that it's meant to be sold. And when you create product art or kitsch art, the motivations that inform your decisions are very different from those of someone who's doing art purely for the engagement and enjoyment of it. Meaning that oftentimes you're going to be pulling from a stock library. It's not even like a stock library in the way you think about it, like Adobe Photoshop. But you're going to be pulling from like a body of work that is generally aesthetically pleasing to most people. Maybe if you have a very particular vision, right? Or maybe if you want to go a little bit more to the edge, you can go something that's a little bit more against the grain. But ultimately, it's kind of tied to this like cultural language or lexicon of art. But there's something cool about outsider art that's not informed by commercial pressures or by the consensus of like a community, but rather purely just art that emerges from you organically. And it's very interesting. It's very cool. Now, would that be considered great art? That's a whole different conversation, right? But I think what I'm saying is that, like, when you create art outside of this, without commercial pressures or motivators, whether conscious or subconscious, it looks far, far more distinct than what you see. I don't think it's even intentional for most artists. It's just, that's what happens. Thank you. Gabe Horn? I don't know who Gabe Horn is. Yeah, I should look him up, though, and learn a bit more. Do you believe in love? Of course I believe in love. Of course I believe in love. Hello, hello. What's going on, Memento? Minimalistic app does work. I'm using it. Thanks for the recommendation. I'm glad, dude. I'm glad. Hopefully it continues to help you stay away from that social media addiction or just getting sucked into it. I don't think it really could fully cure it, but it definitely helps curb how often you get sucked into it. What if I just throw a transmission in here somewhere? Like, what if we just add a clutch and like there's a drive chain in here somewhere? Because why not? Why not? I am the king of the castle. I can put a drive chain if I want to in this background. Do you use a mouse to create your designs? Oh, these, yeah. This is all from the mouse. The only thing I've sketched was like the very initial ideas of how might this look like. So at the top of the screen we sketched this, and then I just dropped it in here. But then the rest is just mouse. It's a relatively low resolution piece, so I can do that. If I was doing character art or portraits, I'd usually do way more in the art program of my choice that day and go from there. But yeah, it really depends what I'm doing. But this is almost entirely mouse. Yeah, the whole art conversation isn't to be like, I'm not being self-critical, right? I think it's much more just being a bit lucid and then being a bit more purposeful in terms of the definitions we use for words. Because I think words have meaning. And I think it's important to actually be very purposeful in the language you use. I say that as someone who struggles with that and you know, is very I can be very sloppy or imprecise with my language, but I'm trying to do better. So I think there is a beauty to meaningfully selected words. And I also think that there's an importance in kind of preserving the meaning of words. Let's see here. Scribe, thank you, man. Thank you, 2 anchors. I thought you said something else. Oh. New to game dev, need some suggestions for some... I'm actually new to game dev, need some suggestions for game art creation. Any software? Sprite is my absolute beloved. I recommend using Sprite. Outside of that, there's the general stuff for Blender for 3D. I like using Krita for illustrations, though Clip Studio Paint is also very good. It's just making it work on Windows is very different, or on Linux is very different. But if you have access to Clip Studio Paint, I highly recommend it. It's a pretty good one. Do you care to give me your 2 cents about it? I really like this one girl. I don't know if she likes me back though. Whenever we meet each other, it's very nice, but the texts are too dry. Huge fan of you, by the way. Thank you, Rishi. So love is I've grown to develop a very particular view of it, right? But in your case, it seems like you're just trying to gauge where you are with this person, which seems like a very different thing than like some philosophical opining about love, right? The simple things though is that like if she's into you, what's always happened to me, right, is that what you do is how should I say this? So I don't know how other people have done this, right? Because it seems like in movies and stuff like that, people have this big confession moment, and then it's like, you know, now there's like this label attached to it, and now we go from there. And I think there's some importance to that, but in general, my experience, right, that never really happens. Instead, there's an increasing diminishing distance between, how should I say this? So people have bubbles, like spheres of comfort zones for where you interact with, right? And usually you respect that. And what usually happens is that either you or the other person starts doing minor like they narrow the distance between that through more increasingly closer incidences that are veiled under like plausible deniability. What does that mean? So like it might start with like, you know, them grabbing your hand or something, right? Or and then, you know, it's just like a one-off thing and it's whatever, right? Is it something? I don't know. It's just a one instance, right? So it's plausible that that was just a, you know, an accident or something, right? If it happens again, all right, there's less of that. If you return that, like if, you know, they grab your hand and then you grab their hand and it seems that they're receptive to that, then it's like, all right, cool. You kind of go down this continuous path of like more that bubble being diminished between you guys. And each time, like, you know, the plausible deniability of it just gets lesser and lesser until it's like very clear, hey, there's clearly something that people feel there. Now that's like high school, college. Oh my, like, you know, I'm trying to figure out if this girl is into me. That's not how I operate at all anymore. But I think it's because I've come to develop a certain I think there's a certain responsibility in terms of pursuing relationships, and there's a certain weight to it, especially at my age that didn't quite exist then. And not only in terms of age, but also in terms of beliefs as well. I think I've mentioned it before, but I'm a Christian, and that's not a thing I've always been. It's kind of a modern development for me, and that also has its own set of like implications when it comes to pursuing someone. And I think something that's terrible is like pursuing relationships that you know are not going to work out. Sure, you don't feel lonely in the moment, but then like that feels it's a very selfish thing, right? So in a weird way, I've kind of approached this in a more pragmatic sense. And it means that, yeah, sometimes you have to let go of like opportunities for that kind of thing, but I think it's the most ethical thing to do and the most responsible thing to do. But that's a very separate thing. That's just a personal thing for me. So I said a lot of things there. I'm not sure if any of that's going to be actually helpful for you in your pursuit and sussing out whether or not this person's into you, because again, maybe it's just them being drawn to texts, but in person they're actually very affectionate. But I think actions are the most important thing. I think actions are the most important thing in love. People can feel whatever type of way they feel, but ultimately your actions are kind of what dictate that. Of course, like, love isn't without emotion, right? But it's ultimately your actions. Is this how I want this to look? I don't feel happy with this. I've been messing around with it, and I think I'm missing some textures that I want. Is this correct? It feels like this needs to be a little bit, one pixel bigger. I know it seems odd, but that feels more correct to me. Yeah, here we go. And then we can have like some Alright, what's going on here, man? I'm using Grubbox Stardust. And I'm using Ubuntu Alpha CGR. Are you talking about AI stuff? Yeah. Because I saw you playing guitar for BGMs and now photo editing. Yeah, I'm using Asprite. I do a bunch of things. I do music production, I do game development, and then we do art. So a wide gamut of things we do here. A wide array of interests. Yeah, and this, look how this looks shiny now. That's pretty cool. Who cares? Nothing nowadays matters. Everyone is so caught up that they don't think about anyone else but themselves. I don't think that's quite true. I think that's what people want you to feel, and it's very easy to fall into that. But there's people who care. There's people who are selfless. And even if no one else is like that, you could be that person. I mean, it sounds almost cliche, but I think it's very much true. Okay, we have this. Maybe we can have some other ones. Like maybe in the background we can have like this. Like, oh, we can carve it out of with the negative space from the black here. Yeah. Yeah, that's part of why I hate social media so much. Because it benefits from just shoveling the most depraved and terrible things to you and gives you a warped sense of what the world is like. And it's not balanced, but it serves their interest because it's like, all right, now you're tuned in and they got you. I hate it, and I hate that it works, but that's just kind of how psychology happens, right? Or how like that's the whole point, right? Psychology just works. It just does its thing. You get Skinner boxed. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Sprite bones, I think like dragon bones used to exist. It's actually a really cool it's a cool thing. I've seen it being used effectively. This is more just an old man thing about me where I'm like, that feels like cheating. And back in my day, we have sprites that are animated, meaning like hand animated. I don't really care though in general. Like that doesn't bug me. I've seen some cool stuff done with it. But if I'm gonna do that, I'd honestly just rather do an illustrated game and then do that kind of puppeteering on it on HD sprites. Kind of like I haven't played this game, but I see the art and I really dig it. And it's called Unicorn Overlord. Yeah, they do that cool sprite puppeteering thing, and it looks very nice. Honestly, I'd like to do that for Dot Dungeon when I do it eventually, but I could pump out sprites at a faster rate than I can illustrations. And then hand tweening is a whole thing. It's not that it's harder necessarily. I mean, it's definitely gonna be harder for me. It's gonna be harder for me because it's a different skill set, and I'm not gonna be familiar with it at all. And I'm gonna have to pay the cost of just learning this other thing, but maybe it's worth it. But yeah, I've seen stuff done with it that looks really cool. Yeah, it was really helpful. I've tried to mentally be like, I'm going to be the way I am. God will take care of the rest. I've noticed that the stress of it has been negatively affecting you. Yeah, dude, you're reminding me back in the days when I used to be super about that. I used to be like lovesick. You know, are they into me? Are they not? Yeah, that sucks, man. It is what it is, though. That's just how relationships in your youth are like. Heck, I've had incidents too, but I don't know. Now that I'm older and now that I don't know, relationships have such a bigger weight in my mind. I don't quite get that, if that makes sense. Like, it doesn't mean I'm not attracted. Like, I definitely do want to, like, you know, settle down, and not even settle down, but to, like, you know, have a family and all that kind of stuff. Or even before having a family, just, you know, have a partner for life. But at the same time, that's a heavy weight. Like, it's very easy to be, like, for me, when I see that, right, and I'm making that commitment, or if I'm going to pursue that kind of commitment, it means that, yeah, dude, like, okay, a better way to put this into perspective, right? I've seen different outcomes of relationships. Not like, oh, they break up and whatever. No, I've seen how, like, I've seen, like, highs and lows. Things that have been, you know, that destroy families. But I've also seen the relationships where it's like, oh, these people are in love. Not because, oh, it's a honeymoon thing, but it's like, no, one of them has a debilitating condition. And I can tell the other person is weary and tired and they haven't had a break in years, maybe decades. And yet, despite the weight of this, and despite how they feel, whether it be emotionally or physically, they choose to still show love to this person, to take care of them, to make that weight their own. Not because of some fleeting emotion, not because it feels great, because love is the act of a will. And that's the weight I'm talking about. So of course, like, yeah, you know, the butterfly flutters and all that kind of stuff, that's great. And that shouldn't be absent in a relationship. That's important. But I don't know. It's something I don't take lightly. That's the best way to describe it. What are the software you use, like from game engine to everything? Because I saw you. Okay, that's the other thing. Yeah, I use Unity and other things like that. Yeah, being loved for the first are butterflies that make us bond. Love is a great friendship. Yeah, man. Like, love isn't the fleeting stuff, man. If it's like based off of emotions, then like, you know, emotions are fleeting, dude. They come and go. They change in the whim. Yeah, there we go. That looks nice. But yeah, it's there's a lot of thought about this. But yeah, and there's other arguments you can make about it too, but I think my point has been made. And then on the other side too, like it's not something I pursue lightly as well, because it's like it has ramifications. You're taking time from someone else, and if you're not making pragmatic choices, not pragmatic, that's a bad way of describing it, but I think if you're not pursuing it with that same expectation, then like you're risk wasting time, which is something I don't take lightly. Time is very precious. You take emotional energy, that's not good for the other party or yourself. Yeah, it's a whole thing, man. This is becoming like a beautiful little mechanism, a little beautiful machine, dude. I'm super ecstatic about this. Thank you, James. I'm glad you did it. Tabs real quick. No, these are just different windows. So I have one with the game running right now. Or it's not running, but I can just pop it up and we can take a look at the asset in the game and how it looks. And then like there's a window here because I was demonstrating how cool Kagi is. Here's the illustration that we started this stream off with. Yeah, that's pretty much all the stuff that's there. At first, in those early years, our hormones are so loud they completely drown out later. Yeah, exactly. Like you don't have the faculties to make an actual good decision. Or okay, maybe that's not the right way, but like you don't understand the ramifications of the things you're doing and the impact they have. I guess that's kind of how you learn, right? But it's like, you know, maybe it's better just to wait. Maybe it's better to just chill. Yeah. But, you know, it is what it is, right? It is what it is. Your brain isn't fully developed until, like, well into your 20s. And only now that I have that wisdom do I have, like, an actual, you know. I do suppose regret is also a great teacher. I guess I wouldn't have that same weight to all this had I not had the experiences I've had. And even then, it feels like the more, like I'm getting better at self-control and that whole self-sacrificial side of things.
Yeah, I don't know. You get older, man. I mean, I'm not old. I'm like still well in my 20s right now. But as you get older, you start realizing the weight of time. Not like in an existential dread kind of thing, but rather as in like, yeah, it's a finite resource, and not only on you, but you see how it affects things. That's kind of a crazy thing. Like, you start developing this better sense because you've witnessed time affect things. When you're young, you just don't have that luxury, so you lack a certain perspective because of it. I mean, and there's also, of course, brain not developed yet, right? Duh. But I don't know. There's like a certain wisdom you get, and it's cool because it feels almost like another. It feels like another like boost or another. I don't know how to describe it. Like a new ability almost. I don't know. But maybe it's not just a function of time. I feel like I gotta attribute most of my maturity just due to my faith in recent years. I don't know. There are some people who are wise beyond their years when they're young, and there's people who, no matter how old they get, they're still pretty foolish, right? I've seen both. So maybe time is not the only factor that affects, or I guess time is not the thing that affects everyone equally. I don't know, it's cool. Some people are scared about aging. I'm actually finding it to be quite the boon, the joy. Okay. We haven't had some tubing run around here yet in a while. Where are we gonna run it to? I can either run it here, or maybe I can run it from here up to there. Maybe that's something I could do. We also have this cable that's like going around. We've really made a nonsense machine. Like, we just made the most nonsensical machine we possibly can. What mouse I'm using? I'm using like a Logitech vertical mouse. I forgot what it's called. It's like an MX. It's called an MX Vertical. It's pretty fancy. It's made in it's made in China. Yeah, so it's you're gonna have to pre-order it, man. It's pretty fancy stuff I got here. Now that's one of those mouses I bought. I was like, all right, we need to take care of ourselves. And having my hand like this is super, super duper good for the ergonomics. Super duper good for the ergonomics. Maybe have like some ambient lighting crop in here. Nice. Okay, maybe smooth this out a little bit as well. Going streampunk? What's streampunk? What's going on, Mr. Lob and Shots? Haven't seen him in it. What's going on, Silverado? Oh yeah, they're pretty good, right? Buns not so. It's for a game. I'm making a background texture for
this game here. Yeah, you can see it in action. There's an older version of it, but yeah, I'm like testing out to see how this looks in the actual game and if it's too distracting or if it works well. It seems like it works pretty well. I might try to make it a little bit smaller, but you get the idea. Steampunk, yep. I think it's kind of like Ted from him. I'm not sure who Tim Yim is. I thought it's cool. I like. I kind of got it just because I wanted to play some retro games and appreciate the pixel art the way it was meant to be enjoyed. But you know, I just kind of fell into this. Because I was like, okay, this is cool. What if I can see my games that I'm working on the CRT? That would be really cool. And then we're here now. Time has passed. I'm just Mr. CRT man. This is my life. This is how I live. This is who. They didn't care who I was until I put on the mask. Well, they didn't care who I was until I turned on the CRT. Oh man. Yeah, I think it's just cool, man. I like this kind of stuff. I like going to vintage festivals and picking up new things. Super cool. W Pixel Art, thank you, Maine. Enjoying antsy art like it's the early 90s. Thanks, Beers. Good luck with whatever you're doing. Thank you, Silverado. Appreciate it, man. You nearly adopted a 4x3. I was born in it. I was born in it. Molded by it. Oh, dude, we're like almost there. It's like 25% left. That needs to be filled out here. 25% left, and we're just in, dude. Maybe we can have like some sheets of metal in the background or something. Or maybe we can take like these tubes and make them horizontal or vertical. Or maybe we can do this. We can have like layers to us. So there's like one of these also in the background. And maybe have some other big shape. So now we have like this carved out thing here. Maybe even apply some like other details, like there's a sheet of metal here. It's occluding things. Nice. Like little silhouettes like this can go a long way, man. Where do we go from here, though? I think I try applying some more detail here, so it's not just empty silhouettes, but rather we communicate some depth here. And then, as for this, we can keep going this route of like just like more tubing. More tubing. Yeah, I could stop there. Yeah, cool. I feel like this needs like a circular shape. That is what's calling me right now. Almost like a light bulb or something. And then it can like
We can yoink this, flip it around. And move you like here. Yep. Cool, and I think I might move this down. Or move it up a pixel or two. So it feels more like socketed in there. Okay. And you can make this like some kind of, I don't know. It almost feels like the robot from Portal. Let's make it a little bit more legally distinct. Yeah, for some reason we have this sphere in here. It's needed for some reason. I don't know, we have some gyroscopic responsibilities or something. This kind of looks like the way they did like ears in Mega Man X. You know what I'm talking about? Like they give all the robots or Mavericks or Reploids these little semicircles with an indentation down. So X had like a one that was like red and then like blue in the side or something like that. Is it just me? Am I the only one who's like a Mega Man X nerd? Pretty good game, man. Still baking in the oven. Initial design mechanics reached, but soon TM. Oh, for a second I thought you were baking right now. I was like, geesh, man. Dog. You're always killing it in the kitchen. Yeah, the food you post online, dude, gets me hungry at like 2 a.m. It's terrible. I mean, it's great. Keep posting it because it looks delicious. But also, darn you, Dinkelberg. I can't be getting hungry while I'm in bed trying to sleep. Yeah, it's in a Discord. You have like a food channel. We're gonna have to do the thing that is gonna expose me, which is actually shade this. Oh yeah, we're gonna get it super exposed today, guys. We're gonna see how good I am at actually doing this type of lighting. We have to make some concrete decisions about the light source as well. That's terrible. So I guess we're gonna do this. It's pretty specular, I'd imagine. And then this is what we're gonna do. We're just gonna make it very shiny. So we're gonna just make it very tight. Very tight there. Okay. Alright, we continue down this down here. Okay. And as for this, yeah, I would have probably liked to have more color tones to work with here. How did I do it on this? Yeah, same idea. I guess because it's a bigger surface area, so it's not as, can't get away with as much. Feeling pretty exposed here. Feeling like a fraud. I can't shade a circle. Darn you! Maybe this is what I do. That's not right, but largely kind of works. And some light's gonna illuminate down here. That'll be fine. I'm gonna have this actually reach the very pinnacle of this. Or is this for a game or something? It's for a game. Yeah, it's a background tile for a game I'm working on. And I just needed to have, I have it right here actually. This is the game, and I'm making these tiles that are going to be repeating here. I'm swapping out all the placeholders assets now with proper, at least trying to make it proper assets. We're going to see if we actually end up making it proper, but yeah. So I just need to have like a nice solid background that's noisy. And that's what we're building here. So we kind of tested over there and it looked pretty decent. And now it's just a matter of actually populating this. A couple hours ago, yours looks sick. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. It took me a long time to get to this kind of place, but yeah, you get it. Just takes time, but you get there. It just takes some time. You'll get there before you realize it. And if you iterate a lot, you're going to improve much faster. I can tell you that much. Iteration is key. I want to add some like details to this. So let's see this. The parts that are lit, we're going to use this color. And then everything that's in shadow, we're going to use just black directly. So maybe here we use this instead. That feels much more clear. And we're kind of implying the lighting with the colors we use for our outlines. Cool, this actually looks a bit more convincing now. I don't feel like I have brought shame or dishonor to my lineage with this art. I feel pretty okay with it. Oh yeah, it's starting to feel like an actual just wall of complexity. I'm loving this. And then what if we do like imply there's another one like back here? We're gonna eyeball this. But you get the idea. Okay, can we actually make this feel more like a cylinder or a sphere? Or actually a circle, because this is a 2D projection of a cylinder. Or no, not cylinder, sphere. A 2D projection of a sphere is a circle. And that's what we're doing. 2 on 1, 2 on 1. Maybe have this actually go in a little bit and then catch it there. And then we can make sure this is going to be, we need to have a silhouette here to convey depth, but we also need to occupy this space with some other stuff for it to be convincing. These need to come out a little bit more. Nope. Why would you do that? Okay. Okay, it's coming together. And then we can have something start occupying the foreground here to fill this space out. Yeah, it's a CRT. Thank you, Shira. I appreciate it. I was going on hacky builds. Yeah, I'm making the game on my own as well. I've been making this game live on stream for the past 27 streams have been mostly just coding streams, building the game out. And now I'm taking some time to actually do some assets, because I've been neglecting doing art. What if you have like a empty socket here? Like there's another one here. There's another one a little bit further up. It's gonna be empty. And we're gonna fill it with like some other stuff, as if it was like revealing like some underlying component or mechanism that's embedded within that sphere. Don't know what it's gonna be. I'm just gonna do some cool shape like that. Oh, I love T-square. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. And then maybe here there's like a feature where it's like hollow at one point right there. And then maybe add some, bring this into the foreground. Am I shading that properly? I feel like I am. And then we can like go a step further and make it seem like this is turned around. And this is the part that's like touching the light most. In fact, I kind of like this like saber thing. So maybe we'll do that. Hey, Lily Guitar, good to see you again. Yeah, I'm glad you dig the art. It's coming together. It's coming a long way. I can always forget how long it takes to do art, man. I think it's gonna be like in and out, just, you know, maybe an hour or something. But then a pattern like this, 128 pixels, like 64 by 64, I can get done in like 30 minutes. But 128 pixels by 128, shush, 3 hours. But I mean, that's how it works. As dimensions increase linearly, the space in between it increases like exponentially. So that's just kind of how it works, man. Art's hard. But if it was easy,
What would be the point in it, right? Let me save this actually. Let's see how it looks in game. I'm gonna refresh. Okay, and then... Dude, it almost looks 3D. Like, I know it's 3D because it's wrapped around a cylinder, but the individual components also look... It almost looks like it's 3D. It's crazy, actually. Oh, I feel like I'm going crazy a little bit, actually. That's like kind of disorienting. Not disorienting, but it's just... It actually feels like it's jumping out, man. Let's go to the dark side. Let's go to where the sun don't shine. Okay, I can't really access that area, can I? All this is in the way. Alright, I guess I have to go back the normal way. There's a path up here. Let's see if I can just take that all the way up. Nope. Go path there. Is it Shift M? Yeah, there's a path up there. Dude, this is so freaking sick looking though. Like, even with the distortions and the aspect ratio that needs to be fixed, this is still looking so freaking good. Okay. Yeah, and it's still... I can still see it working here. Nice. Okay, and we can do like the solar panel thing. And we can do a better control map to get better details, but this is coming together, man. Little by little, it's coming together, man. What's up, bro? The game's looking amazing. Thank you, man. I mean, there's still a lot to do, but it's all about the little victories, man. The little wins. You gotta enjoy. You gotta savor all the wins that you get along the way. College for game development? No, I went for IT. And I was surrounded by people who did study game development, but I didn't study that at all. But it's one of those scenarios where it's like those who desire do. I'm gonna keep using that quote because I'm so glad I remembered that quote, or that Jocko got me the actual proper quote. I was misquoting it, but it was like the same. Or maybe I did actually quote it properly. Either way, it's like most of the people, like most game dev stuff, you're gonna learn by just doing it on your spare time and Googling. That's just how the cookie crumbles. Thank you, Capybara. What motivates you, or you just really love working and you motivated me to work harder and be less lazy? Thank you, Ackerlocks. What motivates me? I think, I don't know, I enjoy the process. I think making games kind of feels like I'm discovering something every single time I sit down. Like, it's not that I'm creating this game from scratch, it's that this game already exists, and every time I sit down at this computer, it's like I'm revealing a new part of it. It's very weird because I want to be like, in general, I like being ego and taking credit for, you know, like I take pride in making this stuff, but at the same time, the actual process of making it doesn't feel like I'm making it. It feels like I'm discovering it. And every little part that gets closer to the vision I had in mind when we first started this project, that
the better. And even then, it's like I had a vision, but like the vision's much more of an emotion of like, this is the emotion I think I want people to experience when playing this game, right? But I don't fully think out the details of it. So the details are the things like this that are just getting discovered. And it's really cool, and it's invigorating, and every single game project starts with me having like this manic, not manic, but I have like this picture in my mind of what the experience of this thing is going to be, and the emotions people are going to feel, and the emotions I want them to feel, and I really want them to feel that emotion, because it's like for me it feels like a certain connection, right? When people play a game and they get it and they have the things you designed them to feel, right? That's great. It's like on one end it's like kind of like a connection, because it's like, all right, now we're on the same page. Like, you've experienced this thing that was in my brain and now it's real, and you are making it real by experiencing it. And that's satisfying in this one way. There's the other part of it where it's just I enjoy the craft. And there's the other part of it where I just can't not do it, right? Like, as much as I want to take credit for the skills I do have, and honestly, it's, I feel like I've been blessed by God, and it's like, I've been blessed with this ability. Why squander it, right? Like, I don't want to look back and look at what I've been given and feel like I didn't use it, put it to good use. Like, I want to look back and be like, I've spent everything that I had. Like, all that was given was utilized, and there's nothing left on the table. So, yeah, that's kind of what motivates me for this. I think as a young kid, I wanted to really connect with people, and I was super like alone, and games was also this one thing where it felt like a cool mechanism to be able to communicate with people or connect with people. Yeah, it's a bunch of things, man. It's a bunch of different factors. Those are like the major ones that stick out to me. Okay, there we go. I went to Full Sail University for game development. Oh, snap. I know I dogged on it for a second. That you can get a lot of experience without actually going to the university, but there's value in studying it as well. Out of curiosity, how is Full Sail though? Because I know they have some really good staff there, from what I've heard. Heck, even their audio program seems pretty cool. I remember I used to have to sell some AT 2020s for a bunch of students who are enrolling in the audio track. Cool art, thank you. Yeah. That was deep and inspiring. I'm glad, man. I'm glad hopefully it's a motivation for you, man, because I think these are the talents I've been given, right? And everyone has talents in some form or another, something of interest and some innate aptitudes. And I think it's a beautiful thing to realize them, and it's a tragedy to not realize them. And by realize them, I don't mean like you being conscious that you have them, but also like cultivating them to their potential. Okay, we have this. This feels like a crankshaft. Yeah, we just did these pipes today on stream. Started from like this sketch to this. It's crazy how like a single sketch can just balloon out to this entire thing. Definitely not God though, man. Definitely very much human. I don't think there's only one proper God. I'm just a humble pixel pushing dude. And I think about it, it's like, oh my goodness, like this is cool, but there's only one layer. We have like 5 layers, and then you have to have additional layers for different chunk variations, and on top of that, then you have to have like the levels, variations for levels. So it's like, oh my goodness, there's like a combinatoric explosion that can happen. So I think this is gonna be the biggest one I do. I think the rest are probably gonna be like 64 by 64. It's gonna be like 64 by 64 pixel. Because this crazy thing that happens where as resolution increases linearly, the amount of time you spend on the art increases exponentially. Like Mavros, I think if you take like you probably heard of like the like how if you had a giant, or like how if humans were, if they were sized up to be the size of buildings, they would collapse under their own weight. And that's just due to how surface area in 3D doesn't scale the same way as volume. And it's the same thing with pixel art. I remember when I used to do contract work as a pixel artist, I used to struggle so much with pricing. Cause it's like, oh my goodness, like I want to, like how do I price this in a way that makes sense to people? Like I could do a formula, but then there's other factors that affect it. I think I still have the formula somewhere around here for contract work. But yeah, it's a whole thing, dude. It's also not a hard, fast rule, because there is like a point where if you're not doing per pixel manipulation where it starts just becoming illustration, and then it's not that bad. But on the way to that, it's very finagly. It's very finagly. What are we gonna do here? There's still extra space I want to fill out. Pixel Pusher, I like it. Yeah, Pixel Pusher. Akai, I came and saw, subscribe. Thank you, Poisoned Manny. Yeah, Libra Sprite exists as well. I'm not sure how much features they have, but it's super. Like A-Sprite by itself is good. Or like the basics features of A-Sprite alone make it a very great application. I imagine Libra Sprite has most of them, so definitely recommend it. Can't recommend it enough. I started with the free version of A-Sprite a long time ago, and then I eventually got this. I wish more software was like A-Sprite. It's just so good. Yeah, we're still here, Dr. NYC. What's going on here? Yeah, I can feel that. I want to do game dev as a side hobby too, but I'm in an important arc of my life, and I'm going to university this year. Much things to do. Yeah, that happens, man. The best of my potential. Thanks for the wise words. Of course, dude. And of course, there's like, you know, trade-offs. I spent a lot of my university. It's kind of like I had great relationships with people there, but I was mostly gone. I was the guy who was always gone in friend groups because I was always working on video game ideas. I was always working on like some game project or something. So, I talked to a friend about it. I was like, yeah, it's pros and cons, because like, yeah, it kind of sucked that in my college years I didn't really hang out with all those friends as much as I would have liked, and I didn't really have a social life. But at the same time, because of that, I've seen quite a boon in all the different aspects of my life because of it, especially professionally even. Yeah, it's all trade-offs in life, right? Pros and cons. I think I'm also just kind of, I don't know. I was always just like working on games. What am I doing with this? I think I'm gonna move this around a little bit. We're kind of losing the plot with this component here. I think I just didn't want to have empty space here, and I just kind of threw something in here, but it's not quite how I want it to look, and I don't want to disrupt the silhouette too much. I want the silhouette to maintain its identity as much as possible, or else there's no point in having it in the first place. So we're just gonna do this. And then what do I want to do with this? I know I want to do something, because it can't be this. It can't look simple like that. Maybe what I'm gonna do is carve a little hole. Do that. That's an idea. I don't like that idea, but it's an idea. Yeah, we're kind of losing something here. Into a seamless pattern. Oh, an A-sprite. So there's a thing called 1 second. In view, you can go into tile mode and you can change it to both axes. Without it, this is how the actual texture looks like. So you can't see if things wrap seamlessly, but you can go into tile mode, make it both axes, and then you're gonna see the seamless tiling. It's great. It's the handiest thing ever. The most important kit in my arsenal as a game developer. I like this a lot. I'm quite the enjoyer of this, and I wish more art applications had it. And it makes me very mad that A-Sprite has it, and it does it so well, and everybody else fails to do it. It makes me a little angry. I'm not gonna lie. It's like, wow. Software that charges you way more provides way less. Fantastic. Man, there are so many software companies I wish would just die. But that's a whole separate thing. We're not going to get into my corporate hit list of companies. "1980s pixel art, alien moving mechanisms." Sick. Thank you, Dr. NYC. That's actually a great compliment. The Adobe effect, yep. Yeah, Adobe would be the first on the blocks. Yes, I am using that Tully Henderson. How could you tell? I'm using this very limited edition
mouse. Only like a million of these are produced. Only like a billion of these are made. And it's a very exclusive make too. It was made in China, so very exclusive. But no, it's great. MX Vertical is fantastic. I haven't had issues with carpal tunnel in a long time, and it's part of it. Is there anything else we want to fill out? This feels a little too empty. This feels a little too empty as well. How do I want to break this shape up? Very limited edition, $4.99. Yep. Truly, it's the mouse of the elites. Okay, we need to break this up. We need to add some more complexity here, some more random shapes here. So I think when in doubt, we just add cables. I think we're gonna get these like buses, but like have them be going. What if we go vertical? Like we just have a bunch of these going vertical, as if like there's another bus happening in the background, connecting somewhere. I'm just using computer terms at this point. It's like a universal serial bus, or USB-C. No, USB. My bad. USB-C has become so ubiquitous. Oh, you're nuts, because there's actually a pipe that's running here as well. Let's make that very clear that there's an actual pipe running here. Yeah, I'm not going to do the striations. We're just going to do enough to indicate that yes, there is indeed a pipe connected there. And let's add some little motifs of like bolts, like little screws keeping things together here. In fact, that would be like the easiest way to add like extra noise visually to everything. Just be like, yeah, everything's fastened together with flathead screwdrivers. This massive complex mechanisms, yeah. If you don't tighten that Phillips head or that flathead, we're all done, dude. We're all doomed. We're gonna make this be alternating. Maybe just throwing a Phillips head in there just for fun. No. Nope, you're in line with that one. Oh yeah, just throw in a few Phillips head or flatheads and you're good, man. This feels different. Still a little bit of space here that I'm not too fond of. Maybe I'm gonna replicate the same structure here, but in the background. So it feels like everything is doubled, like there's multiple copies of this technology floating around. Have this crankshaft. Maybe have some other things going on here. There's still this big bold shape that's just taking up space. We can just, you know what you do, you know what you gotta do, just do some. Okay, but we're gonna be a little better. We're gonna actually make it a little bit bigger, so it's not just the same thing copied. It's different. We made it 1 pixel wider. Maybe add some vents.
Yeah, we can add maybe some vents here. I need some ventilation. Yeah, when in doubt, we add some vents as well. That's the other rule, guys, of making your mechanized design. Always add ventilation. There can always be more ventilation. There's never not enough ventilation. We're gonna color this so it actually feels like the lighting's affecting it. And then maybe have little slits here. Nice. Maybe have this protrude a little bit, so it feels like this is extending down past, like it's like a layered item. Yeah, like so. We could fit another one of these. Cool. Oh yeah. Yeah, that helps. That helps. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Now, from there, what else do we do? What else do we do from there? What's going on, Lucy? Good to see ya. Aren't planes wings literally? Exactly. If it's good enough for planes, why not for my I don't know, high altitude metallic layer exoskeleton for the planet? See, this is not space pollution. This is me slowly building a mecha suit for the entire Earth. One piece of garbage at a time in orbit. It's a whole new thing. It's not pollution. It's a nano suit. Yeah, we're gonna add some little offset there so it feels like it's not. Do I like that? No. It's a whole new thing. Okay, where do we go from there? Oh, you know what we can do? We can have like an exhaust. Like this is, maybe this is an intake. Or we're gonna have an outtake. Yeah, maybe that's what we do here. That's not a bolt. That's okay, maybe we need a, or maybe it's a plug. Or no, maybe make it a mesh topology. I saw a face there for a second. You saw that face? Hi. Hey, goodbye. It just looks like a Phillips head. It just looks like a Phillips head. Oh no, we can't escape the screw. No matter where I look, I just see screw. It's like that Akira meme. Akira, bing! Leave me alone! Okay, there we go. Okay, it looks off. Do I still not have enough? I don't have enough space. It's still only going to be 2 slots. So we're going to end up with like this outlet. Great. Great. No, great. That's exactly what I... How did you know? How did you know that's what I wanted? All that. Just for this. Wait, what? I copied you. What? You better not mess with me. I'm not crazy. You're making me think I'm crazy. I'm not. I feel crazy. Okay. Maybe it's not meant to be. Maybe I just have to hand do this one. It builds character. It builds character. That's what Acebite's telling me. It's gonna build my character. Actually, it's not Acebite's fault. It's the setting I put on for my mouse in Linux. I'm not gonna blame Linux either. It's my fault. I changed the coordinate space for my mouse because I wanted it to be cool. And then this is the repercussion I pay for that desire to be cool. What do we do here? I have an idea. I have a vision. I have a vision of what this is gonna be. You are gonna be propping this up. You're gonna be like a channel that holds this, and you're gonna strap it here because you're holding this in place. That's what you're doing. Yes, sirree, Bob. That is what you do. Nice. Now it feels like a channel. A conduit, if you will. Okay, this feels better. This feels much nicer. Video on your CRT monitor setup. I'd watch that for sure. Sure. I mean, it would be very interesting, but she's a beauty. Maybe I'll do a video just showing the CRT. I know I said not. I'm not gonna show too much of my my desk setup, but I'm totally fine to yap about my CRT. Okay, now we have the extra details here. Oh yeah, dude, this feels so mecha. Like, we haven't even play around with colors too much. And I know I wanted to add another color to this, another shade, but this actually just works effectively as is. This is super freaking good, man. That was actually kind of a cool pattern there. Oh my freaking goodness, dude. That looks so freaking cool. That looks awesome. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Eggman roboticized the land. Yep. Eggman got the Chaos Emeralds. Let me save the progress I have first before I do anything else. No, we're gonna go to projects. We're gonna go to Fight and Flight. We're gonna go to here. New background or new layer asset. Push to Berg, refactor time, baby. Which I should probably just merge that to master at some point, but whatever. What's going on, Yasmin? I cackled, forever missing the little face though. Yeah, I'm sad. I'm sad about the little face, man. But it's okay. Any valves? Maybe? I don't know, I like how ambiguous things are here. Nothing actually looks like a proper... There's hints of things. But it's not quite... Okay, so that's one part. That was one layer. And then we have the solar panels. That's going to be quick, because that's just a repeating pattern. That's a very simple elementary, my dear Watson. It's 2 a.m. right now. I mean... Like, yeah, I should do work when I wake up. And I'm going to do it because I'm actually in a really interesting part of in the middle of an interesting project. Do I need to go to the office? Or do I just work extra late tomorrow and break my sleep schedule? I probably shouldn't.
Okay, the solar panel thing we can do that real quick. One second. We're gonna make it as a 64 by 64. And this is a purely geometric thing, and it's kind of recursive in nature as well. So it's not like, it's nothing crazy. It's nothing crazy. This needs to have like a bluish tint though, I think, so we can differentiate between the layers. I should probably make a proper palette, but whatever. You definitely shouldn't. Well, you know what? We will find out. We are gonna find out. We're gonna see how well I operate. I mean, I know what I'm in the middle of doing. So there's that. I know what needs to be done, I think. Okay. And then I want to make this slightly blue. Usually, so for this, solar panels, I'm gonna move this more towards the blue side of the spectrum. Actually, more towards the gray, and more towards kind of like black. And the actual body here, yeah, something like this. And it's going to be kind of recursive as well, as I mentioned. So we're going to have this white structure that's going to, nope. Okay, first of all, let's first do the white structure first. Like so. Perfect. I should have made this symmetrical, shouldn't I? It's okay. It spilled milk under the bridge. I love metaphors, they're pretty fun. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. And then we're gonna continue this in symmetry mode. We're gonna further subdivide this, I believe. Like so. No, I messed it up. That feels right. That feels right. Cool. This feels wrong. Is it because you need to be one more pixel thick? I think so. It's a very dull color, so we're gonna have to lighten this up a little bit. Or I can do a cool shader. I can always do that as well. Okay. Do more blue. We're gonna do like a micro pattern here. We're gonna like almost create like these micro cells. We can make them symmetric. Okay, maybe we save this for. Hi, sir. Are you a computer science engineer? I do. Oh, wait, computer programming is there's no science there. It's engineering. I say that in jest because like things just go wrong. But yeah, I work as a software engineer. Spacing is one off. Yep. On this one. These feel thinner than this. I feel perplexed. I feel perplexed with this. You know what? It looks really cool in its current state. It's a racing game.
It's a pretty, honestly, a bit simple racing game. The cool thing is the fact that it's all wrapped around a cylinder. That was a pain that's caused so much more complexity than I would have imagined. There's actually a bunch of hidden complexity to this. Like the level generation algorithm. Okay, pause it real quick. You can see the map. This right here is the level that's been generated procedurally, so it's like different every single time. And it allows you to actually traverse the entirety of the level. It's pretty cool. Like, wrap around the entire sphere. And of course there's other things. And there's like the ability to stop time. So if I press this, you'll notice that all these guys stop moving for a little bit. If I press it again, they slow down. I'm gonna have to make everything be subject to that. We'll do that eventually, but you get the idea. And of course, you know, you can go here and customize stuff. Like I said, I've focused so much more on just implementation that I've completely neglected presentation, and now we're trying to make the game actually look good. But yeah. What's going on, Lucy? What'd you say? How are you doing tonight? I'm sorry, Lucy. This ain't anything I can't with this. Unsubscribe. Sorry. So irritated. I'm sorry, Lucy. My bad. I was kind of dialed in. But I see you asked how I was doing tonight. Yeah, sorry. I didn't read that. My bad. I appreciate you asking, though. I should learn if I'm taking this course called CS50X. I have no idea. Are you talking about the Harvard one? That one's pretty good. I don't know. I actually haven't watched it, so I can't really give a good opinion. I hear good things about it. I've never taken it, so I can't give an honest opinion. Definitely will do Sora, Kyle. All right. Well, honestly, guys, I'm gonna get ready to rest. And get ready to rest. I wish I did more sketching stuff today. There's a bunch of ideas that still need to be done, like the UI. I still need to think about the UI because I want to do like VFD displays. That's a big thing that's in my mind. I really want to have like nice VFD displays for the UI. Especially for health, because like the health. So here's like a design thing though. Like, okay, we're not gonna design it, but like there's something to keep in mind. Playing the game, the character's oriented here, and the most important thing is what's coming from over here, right? So there's kind of two thoughts. We can, hey, let's not clutter this space because we need to keep the player focused on this side of the screen. So we can. There's a temptation to move all the UI over here. Especially if you're trying to make it go fast. But then there's a consideration, if the eyes are always here, they're not going to really see this that well from their periphery. So what do we do? What do we do as a designer? Make maybe UI that's meant to be very thin, but occupies a significant part of the screen over here so that it doesn't occupy too much of here, but you can still see it at a glance. That might be a good way of going about it, right? But there's also the issue of, okay, but if we want to keep it small, what do we convey there? So maybe you convey important, pertinent things like your HP, and then maybe have things that are less important be moved over here, like how many coins you've picked up, whatnot. Maybe move the power activation button to the corner here, and then it's a matter of this display here. Different vehicles are gonna have different display amounts of health, so do we stretch it? Do we make it normalized? So many questions to consider, man.
especially when you're accounting for eye economy, eye screen position, attention economy. So a lot to consider. But anyways, thanks you guys. Thanks for watching, and yeah, I'm sorry, Lucy. I'm I'm sorry about that. That's not my intention to ignore you. But anyways, yeah, man. I think that's we got a lot done today. I'm really happy with this texture. So let me stop 1 second. Before we get ready to end, let's do things the right way. Let me stop this, close that, comment that out, bring this back in, compile and run. Move this back to here, make this full screen, get rid of the logging, and finally, alright, anyways, thank you guys for watching. I sincerely appreciate your company while working. Hopefully you enjoyed, and as always, God bless, and until next time, stay cozy. Bye-bye, y'all.